Hi, everybody. How's everybody doing? So, let's see here. Is everybody doing okay? Oh, there's a delay. Hope everybody's doing okay. Let's see. Hi, Marie, Carmen, and Freda. Sweet darling Lulu. Hi, Tres Leche. Hi, Anita, and Carmen, and Karen, and Mama Bear, and Rolanda Baker. Hi, Starlight, and Sandra, and Bismo, and Sweet Pea, Linda Bishop. Hi, Marjorie, and Maggie, and Virginia. Hi, Carmen, and Hart. Hi, Howdy, Tim, Tribal Woman, Rolanda. Hi, Bismo. I don't know, Carmen. I haven't decided yet. I was going to put up a poll because I don't know. Not sure who to do a GT on tonight. Sister's doing well. Sweet Pea. Memo. Yeah, Freda, it's nuts. It's kind of nuts. I don't mean to. I just got pissed. It's just beyond me, the insanity of these people. If that were any other workplace in this country, the way that these Republicans are acting, you would be fired on the spot. It's just amazing to me, the amount of lawlessness and bullshittery in Washington, you know? Hi, Jessica. So I'm not sure who to do a GT on tonight. Haven't really been watching any news at all. So if you guys want to drop some hints, and then I'll put up a poll. Hey, CG, my dear, how are you? It's nice to see you. Sending you a hug. So you guys can throw up some suggestions, and then I'll put up a poll. I just kind of want to gauge to see what you guys are interested in. Thanks, CG. I'm not doing Putin. I ain't touching that shit. And I did one on him a few months ago. couple of months ago. I think right when he, like right at the start of the invasion. So you might want to go back and look at that one. Oh, Madison Cawthorn, what a piece of shit that kid is. He got, I guess they're looking into him for insider trading. He was trying to bring an armed weapon on board a flight. I think all he's getting is a slap on the wrist and a fine, I think. That kid's completely out of control. At this point, I'm like, does he have a mental illness or is he just an idiot, you know? Okay. Let me see. I don't want to talk about Zelensky, Freda. I'm sorry. I just don't want to. I don't want to go there. Let me see. Yeah, it's just too much. Freda, I hope you understand. It's just like my heart goes out to that guy. No, Tim, you need to have a question in mind and a person that it's for. I hope that answers your question. So we have Meadows, Monistat, Trader Gangrene, McCarthy. One more. So I can put up the poll and let you guys decide. Oh, hell no with Elon Musk, man. I hate that guy. I hate him. He's like an evil Tony Stark. Oh, that's okay, Tim. Okay. But who was the other guy? Oh, shit. I'm putting up the poll already. Can you guys see the poll? There we go. While you guys are doing the poll, I'm going to go refill my water because I drank it all. I'll be right back. Exactly, Colin. He's like an evil Tony Stark. I hate him so bad. I hate him. Musk is a bad Botoxed villain. Yeah, he's a real piece of work, that guy. Cannot stand him. I'm going to give it a couple more minutes on the poll, and then I'll stop. Hi, Caroline in Vancouver. Yeah. Exactly, Linda. He's got an ego the size of Jupiter. Well, I hope the people in the chat start voting, because I'm about to end it here. I'm going to give it about 2 more minutes. So if you haven't voted on the poll on who you would like the grand tableau on, please take a moment to do so. Then we'll get started. Hi, Tracy. Hi, Caroline. Mike Lee from marketing. Absolutely, Renee. Absolutely. Exactly. Exactly, Freda. And then he was like, didn't he threaten to sue people in his company at Tesla if they were trying to unionize? And the guy's a real piece of shit. Real piece of shit. Hey, Sunflower. How are you? I'm sorry to hear about the tornadoes. Hi, Constance. Sunflower, did you get a chance to vote on the poll? Because I'm about to take it down. Hi, Anne in Eugene, Oregon. Okay, perfect, Sunflower. Just wanted to make sure you got a chance. Okay, so I'm ending the poll, and it looks like we're doing Mark Meadows. So I'm ending the poll. Okay. So before we get started, wanted to share a little bit of news with you guys. We unexpectedly lost Moose. He crossed the Rainbow Bridge on Easter Sunday that morning. So he's no longer with us. I guess we're coming up on 2 weeks now. But we just received his remains Wednesday of this week. So here's Moose, my bubs. And then we got his little... I knew he was a big boy. I just never realized how big his feet were. It's his paw print. He had a huge foot. And then some of his hair shavings. So, yeah. I was just talking to Peanut downstairs before I went live. That it's weird because 2 years ago in 2020, we lost Bean the week after Easter. And then 2 years later on Easter Sunday, that morning, I think it was around 7:30 in the morning, it was sudden. So 2 years and a week to the date. So I just wanted to share that with you guys. I didn't say anything because I needed some time to kind of, process. So, yeah. So Moose is he's not here. So just so you guys know, yeah. Let me write this down. Hi, Joanne. Oof. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Whoa, that's not good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4. Jesus Christ. Okay. Let me write this down and then I'll pull out the tiles because I know that those are much easier to see. 7, 35, 36, 12, 1, 6, 23, 11, 19, 5, 16, 28, 26, 13, 24, 4, 25, 20, 33, 32, 38, 34, 17, 27, 9, 18, 21, 31, 22, 3, 14, 2, 29, 15, and 10. Okay, let me put this away and then we'll put the tiles out because I know these are hard to see. So yeah, I want to thank publicly. I mean, I've already done it in private more than enough times that I can count, but the greatest appreciation for Johnny and Jenny, who were there for me that morning to help me through it, because it was very difficult because it just happened so unexpectedly and so suddenly that they were the first people I called. So I'm incredibly grateful for that friendship. And even though it doesn't seem like much, just them being there for me during that difficult time, at the wee hours of the morning, it means a lot, and what you see with those two on YouTube, they're amazing people. And I'm so fortunate and so grateful and thankful to have met them and have them in my life. And, just very grateful to have them. So they're amazing people. If you haven't gotten a reading with them, I highly recommend, not only because they're wonderful, dear friends, but they're great people. So, and that's why Johnny sent me the Tim Tams, because I was a wreck that Easter morning. I don't know what it was. It was so sudden. It was a shock. I didn't know what the hell happened. So. Set these tiles up, you guys. I'm sorry, this might take me a minute to put up this GT with the little I don't know where anything's at. is it? One, 17. 27. 18. 21. 31. 30 or 31, 22. 3. 14. And then 2. 29. 15. And 10. Okay, let me see here. Okay, the line of fate's going to get cut off, but we'll get to that when we get to that. So, let's see here. Yeah, that's okay. So he's sitting right here, present line. For those of you that have been with me for a long time, I used to employ the French method where this was the present, past, and future. I'm no longer applying the French method. So I'm just going to read the whole thing. Since this is his present, we'll go this way, wrap back around. So he's sitting second column on the house of birds, and he's crowned by birds in the house of house. Oh, for those of you that are new, sorry, because I just remembered gentleman in the chat, Tim. I don't know how familiar you are with the grand tableaus, but you know, I wouldn't throw a grand tableau for a general question. It's best to have a person in mind, and then focus on the card that is associated to that person. So in this instance, it would be man. If we were reading on a woman, we would focus on woman and find where she lands in the grand tableau. The higher up you sit in the grand tableau, the better. The lower, not so good, because you would have the whole weight of this tableau on your shoulders. Where he's sitting fairly well, and he's sitting towards the middle of the tableau. So he's doing okay. He's got all this stuff on his mind. This is where he's going. And then everything below him is what he is in control of, what he has control of. So let's start here. So he's got birds over his head. His thoughts are on his communications with people within the entourage or in the house, because birds sits on house. 1, 2, 3, 4. Number 4 in the cards is house. So for those that are new, sorry, I'm scatterbrained. I'm just not. I'm trying to get it together, you guys, but it's a struggle. I'm on the struggle bus. So the houses would be, when I refer to houses, it would be if I was to take this entire deck and put it in order 1 through 36. So this would be house rider, house clover, house ship, house tree, house clouds, house snake, house coffin, so on and so forth. The houses do not change. Those are fixed. What changes is how the cards land within the houses. There are 2 ways to do the grand tableau: an 8x4+4, which is the format that I prefer, or you can do a 9x4, where your middle column, the 5th, would work as the line of fate. I just prefer the format of an 8x4+4. The line of fate is down here. You can't see it. This is like the final say for the tableau. So in this tableau, his main concern is the communications, verbal, phone calls, meetings, negotiations, anything that has to do with oral communication. That's what is on his mind, and it has to do with members of the entourage or members within the house, because Bird sits on position 4, which is house. He is sitting on house Birds. Again, it's reiterating that his communications with members of the house. Thank you, Renee. His communications, his meetings, who were in the meetings, chit chat, gossip, also quite possibly Twitter, if we're taking it literally, because the Lennies can speak literally, metaphorically, symbolically. So there's that, and then below him, he's got Moon on House Garden, the recognition and the honors of the party, also the rally, and then he has Mountain sitting back on his house in position 28. So his present line is he's going to hit a wall. He's thinking about what he's said, what he's communicated. He's keeping a lid on it. Okay. He's got Book right next to him. Book is sitting on house Ship. So the project that they were working on and the secret meetings that they were having in regards to the transition or the transfer, okay, of power. And it's like, I don't want to say his career, but the career people in that party obstructing and delaying. Also, powerful enemy with Lilies, okay? One thing to note in this tableau is that Clouds sits on his own house. Huge trouble. Huge trouble. That's a big theme in this tableau. Also, in the heart of his tableau, it's Man, Book, Moon, and Lilies. Lilies sits below him here. So Lilies below the significator, whether close or far, so long as it sits below, not a good position. It talks about, since Lilies has to do with virtue, integrity, a person of no integrity, bad, he's stepping on it. And then here, the corners, repeated lying about false results of the election and his participation and his knowledge, the meetings that he's had, how he's keeping his mouth shut and just hoping to ride this out, take his time and be patient with it, but this does not work out for him in that manner. There is a woman here. She sits on the line of fate. Let me see if I can bring this down. Clover Woman, Bear, and Scythe. There's a woman here. She sits on House Fish, and I'm trying to determine who she is. With Sun in her house, it could be a blonde, but she knights over here to Crossroads. So there's 2 women involved here. She knights here, she knights here. Two women, very important. And then there's one that's conservative, and there's one that's an obstructionist, an enemy. One of them was cut away from power, an opportunity, or a hopeful woman whose power has been cut off. With the Sun here, blonde, because it sits on her house, green eyes, powerful, bodybuilder, stubborn. Also, this can be overweight or just big, loyal, but their power and their financing has been cut off here. She sits on House Fish. So because there's one woman, if I follow this line, there's one woman that has exposed the election transition here through an investigation. Okay. There's another one here who's been cut off from power or will be cut off from power and perhaps be charged. So we should look at Marjorie Taylor Greene as well, who may be charged. So with clouds up here in its own house, hold on. He nights to clouds, big trouble for him. He nights over here to coffin, losses, ruin. Also quite literally a couple of deaths that happened. Okay, what else nights to clouds? What else nights to clouds? This right here, domestic sorrow. Lily's nighting up here. This is causing a lot of domestic sorrow. And when I'm talking about sorrow, it's looking more like the news of the people that were involved in the entourage and the planning to move this thing forward. That's going to be a shitstorm for them. Birds is number 12. Number 12. Let me see. And it's also the 7 of diamonds. So I'm wondering if there's 12 individuals in the house that are about to ride it into a shitstorm this way. Because I mean, it could be quite literal with an amount. Haven't figured that out yet. So this right here, domestic sorrow. So it's affecting all this. Tower's way over here. So let me see the lying that is chronic about fraudulent results. So that's going to be a theme. I did this one for the next year. So for the next year, he has trouble in court. There's I would normally say an invitation. This is almost like he's pressured. He has no choice. He may present several arguments, but at the end of the day, he will not have a choice. He has to make an appearance here. And then there's also the huge problem of possible perjury because he lies here. Trouble with the law. And there's going to have to be a commitment made for him to show up through this invitation. And with mountain on him, pressure. So I don't know if this is in regards to, I know they held him in, have they voted to hold him in contempt of Congress? Does anybody know what the results of that have been in the courts? Because I know Steve Bannon is not due to show up for contempt, I think, till June or July for his court date. Does anybody know? Hey, School Man, thank you. He was voted in contempt many months ago, Marjorie. Yeah. Have they set a date yet for him to appear in court? Because I know Steve Bannon's is coming up in the next couple of months for him to go to court and then fight having to go to talk to the committee. Hey, Joanne. Hugs back to you, my dear friend. Hey, Joanne, I have a question. When you sent me the little baby Yoda, Baby Yoda Christmas ornament. Did you by chance send a little Yoda pop socket as well? A pop socket is, let me show you. A pop socket is one of these that you put on the phone. Did you by chance send one of those? Because I know I had it on my wish list and I was going to order it, but then it said somebody had already purchased it. So, but I never got it. Okay, Joanne, you might want to, Joanne, you might want to contact Amazon because it says it was purchased. I never got it, Joanne. It never arrived. All I got was the Christmas ornament. Joanne, I would if I hate to put this on you, but I did receive the Christmas ornament. However, the pop socket never came. It just said that it was ordered or somebody, because I tried to get it and it said somebody had already purchased it. So I would contact Amazon because it never arrived here. See if you can get your money back. Thank you so much, Joanne. I hate to, I know it can be a pain in the butt with Amazon. I am so sorry. Okay, so he has not been, okay, because up here over on this column, he's got serious legal issues. And thank you, Joanne. Well, see, he sits here. Okay. This line of influence here is hitting on the committee because he sits on House Birds. Birds is above his head, speaking to the House. This sits on House. Okay. Speaking to the House, and then there's obstruction here. It's like he's a no-show. He obstructs. Okay. If I follow this line down, that referral here moves forward. It's a delay, but then it opens up, and there's several areas here that move forward. With that said, though, I'm wondering if he comes after this woman down here. This woman here. She sits on House Fish, independent, entrepreneur, prosperous. Okay. So I'm wondering if she falls first before him. If that makes any sense at all, what I'm saying. I hope I'm making sense. Oh, Schoolman, this is on Mark Meadows. That makes sense? Okay. Because Sun is here on her house. Let me see what else. Give me a second. Let me. So right on top of his head, it's the whole situation about how they delivered lies, false false messaging, fake news, persistently to make it difficult to transition, and in conjunction with people that he was meeting with and discussing in the house, to cause trouble and steal something from being delivered. Okay, so we're talking about the results here. And then with the corners, we've already discussed that the chronic lying, also chronic trouble, chronic betrayals in regards to false results. With that said, though, there could also be in regards to the false electors, because if you look here, there's crossroads down this line, the fake electors. Since this card, crossroads, is about choices, alternatives, options, there was a shit ton of people, and I don't even know. Crossroads is house 22, or number 22, but it sits on house Lily's number 30. So I couldn't even give you a proper number that's around 22 false electors. If I look to the card before it, it's 31 with sun. Up here, this sits on, Crossroads sits on Lily's, and he's got Lily's right above it. So I don't know if this is around 22 false electors or 30 false electors that he implicates and gets in trouble. And that comes through communications. Communications. Written communication is over here. And it sits on house ring with ring above it in house storks. So up this way, it's the legal problems, the delivery and the problems when the shit hits the fan that he will be having with the law for the agreement that was made, the ring of people, the links through his documents, okay, what he gave, written documents, emails, text messages, transcriptions, all that stuff, of all that were in agreement in this whole thing. So it's kind of like he sets, how can I say this? It's kind of like he's the catalyst, if that makes sense. Now, can somebody, was it his documents that he handed over to the committee that showed the scheme with false electors? Oh, he will sing. He's going to keep it shut right for now, but he'll sing. It was his documentation that gave up the whole scheme for false electors, because this is his emails. Okay, well, there's anything that's written communication, text messages, emails, because this right here shows a subpoena, an invitation for something that they were keeping secret, and also a project that they were working on that he knew about. He had knowledge of it. And he had knowledge of what people in the house were desiring to do, but it's 13 sits on 14. Okay, child sits on fox. So this could also be in reference to new people, because it's child, new members of the house that perhaps, or it could be a smaller portion of people in the house that are independent here. So perhaps like the Freedom Caucus. I don't know who those members are. I just know Marjorie Taylor Greene, Gozar, Gates, Jordan, like those asswipes, like the the Freedom Caucus, if you understand what I'm saying, what they were desiring to do in the House. He had knowledge of it here with book here. He accidentally sent them everything. Okay, so it's almost like if I'm, because of, based on where he's positioned in this tableau, because he's sitting up here, he doesn't seem to be worried all that much. He's pretty, I would venture to say that he's sitting pretty confident in what he's doing. It's almost like everybody around him falls first before him. Or everybody, I wouldn't say fall, but they all start to get in a shit ton of trouble before him. Let me see here. So he's in trouble and chronically stressed because the Knight's up here. And he also sits on house birds with birds over his head. He's, man, that's, he's shitting his pants. Because birds carries nervousness with it. And the closer birds is, it becomes bad. You want this far away. But it sits right over his head and he's sitting on that house. So he's shitting his pants. And then up here, he Knights to clouds, confusion, doubt, hesitation, just, oh, fuck. And then right here, chronic stress. And then also chronic stealing, because this is thievery. And since mice takes away from here and it poops out over here, this is not good. So it can be like his confusion is eating away at him chronically here. It's causing issues. So let's see around him. His difficult and painful conversations in regards to the transition and the meetings and correspondences that he had with members of the House to deliver something that they thought was solid. He was seeking a new plan, a new direction, and he was in charge of that project, and he knew about it. He had knowledge of it, going in a different direction and fighting this, okay? And having access or having the answers in government, he sits on House Tower, having answers in the government or the institution. Moon sits on Garden, so the people in his party, okay? And Lily sits on Mountain to delay, obstruct. But this is, Cross sits over his head. The closer Cross is, it's still suffering, but it's like, it's not as prolonged, if that makes sense. It's still very difficult, but it's not long term. I don't want to say brief, but it's not, it doesn't, you don't suffer long term. And then he's got lilies right here, which is something that takes time and maturity. So it's almost like, lilies on Mountain. It's almost like he's going to keep holding out and obstruct for as long as he can, because he gave here, he Knights here to Garden committee. He answered the committee to buy himself time, but that time runs out this way, if that makes any sense, over the next year. So I don't anticipate him Renee, with the book sitting right here, he knew what he was doing. He knew what he was doing. This is someone that has knowledge, also secrets. And right here, his suffering, in order to alleviate it, his suffering was to give this thing a whole new direction, let it metastasize and have answers. Do you see what I'm saying? To give answers by, I wouldn't say misdirection, because Fox sits all the way over here. It's far from him. It's all, and since this is answers, he sits on House Tower. So he answered the government. He answered the committee here. Okay. Answered the committee, kept his part of the deal here with what he promised, with the transcripts or the documents about those, since it sits on Ring, those that were in agreement within the party, so that he can get a whole new direction. So he can go in a different direction, if that makes sense. That plot doesn't appear to work, though, because when you follow his line down, it comes back to this. And then ultimately, at the end of all this, there's a referral for him or some sort of invitation where he will have to appear in court. Now, where Merrick Garland is, I have no idea. Don't ask me. I don't want to look for him. And when that happens, I'm not sure. So this is April, May, June, July, August. Maybe around September, October, November. So, because this shows up in September with the courts. Tower sits on Bouquet. Yeah, it's like there's some sort of Tower sits on Bouquet. Okay, this is saying it takes a long time or a few months. I'm wondering if there's something else that comes up for him in regards to the law in September, that he's given some sort of a, I wouldn't say invitation, because it's coming directly from the law. So it's kind of like it's an agreement, or he's in trouble. He cannot get out of this one this way. So all he does is just buy himself time. Hold on. What else can I see here? So unites here, unites here. Losses and ruin. Friendly and loyal, successful, persistent, trouble. Okay, so persistent issues because of his loyalty to be successful, ruined in the party, and ruining the party. That's where he knights. If this is the committee, actually, news of trouble, news of betrayals. Okay, Snake is number 7. Snake is number 7. Sits on Rider. Rider is number 5, followed by Clouds. This is almost, if I take this literally, there's news about trouble and betrayal that could happen maybe in July. Because Snake sits on Rider. Snake is number 7. This is an action card. So there may be something that comes up for him in July. If I look here, Rider sits next to Clouds. Clouds is number 6. News, 6 is June. About chronic thievery or chronic lying or a team of people, because mice work together. A team of people working together to betray and steal something. Okay. So I don't know. Okay, Marie. So June 6th, Marie is saying, is when they're supposed to be televising the committee hearings, but it's like maybe it runs into July or more stuff comes out around July. Does anybody know? Because here, if this is the committee, I don't see them shutting this down after it's televised based on what's immediately around it. Hey, Catherine, thank you. If this is the committee, I don't see this, and it's also the public, okay? I don't see the committee shutting down their investigations immediately after it's televised. I don't see it. So Snake is also a woman. So there could be news about a woman that's batshit crazy if I follow it this way. This is Queen of Clubs, and then King of Clubs here, and then Jack of Clubs here. But these people work together in a team, and they're shit in their pants. Let me see here. Let me see. So if we're looking at the entourage, I'm going to look here to House. House is sitting on Stars, which sits on Whip. Widespread metastasizing. Oh my God, I'm so with you, Joanne. I'm so with you. The hopes and the direction, what they were planning, how they had it mapped out, the entourage here. So I'm going to look there, and how they were going to fight. But see, this is the thing too. Whip sits far from him, but he's closest here to Clouds. Clouds is fucking up all this shit over here. It's all these cards here that it's fucking with, all these cards here that it's fucking with, this card here, and then these two here. So all these cards are being affected by the Clouds, okay? He is going to cause a shitstorm and a lot of fighting in the house. A lot. Whip and House fighting, domestic fighting in the house. And I told you guys, Lilies and Clouds is domestic grief. And I was like, not just in his home, but quite literally the House of Representatives. There's going to be a lot of fighting, and it's going to cause a lot of grief. Because of why? Overturning the desire to overturn. Heart sits on, stork sits on house, or stork sits on heart. So the desire to overturn, to change something fraudulently here, and the election and the investigations, and that shows up. This is the column for August. This is the column for August. So this is a younger person. This is a person too. Okay, man, younger person, man, younger person, older person, man, woman, woman. Where is this sitting? This is sitting on mice. This is sitting on mice. I'm wondering, and this is another, hold on, let me see if I can figure this out. 30 sits on 21. I'll get to the coffin in a minute. I'm looking at something. I'm wondering if this is Kevin McCarthy. If Fish is presenting as McCarthy. Hold on here. Okay. So there's news about a project, news about a project, news about a secret. That he's been patiently awaiting is successful. But see, that's the thing, though. And then here, let me see. This right here is like, there's very serious problematic endings that it's several endings, but they're very problematic for a small amount. And it also springs new problems and new investigations, but also people that may be new or had a small role on the job, because this child sits on Fox. New job, employment, work, perhaps younger people that were working, smaller people that were working. With this right here, these two here, this could be in regards to the little people we discussed earlier, the little people like peanut butter, and those sorts of people. Because this has to do, we talked about it earlier, virtue and purity. The crazy little people that are lily white that we're seeking to obstruct this way. But there's multiple losses there. And then stealing something for a desire for the majority. You see. What is Coffin sitting on? Coffin is sitting on Crossroads, and Crossroads is right below it. So, Coffin on Crossroads, the end of an election, no choices. No more choices. You have no option. And then with this right below it, also is talking about several dead ends and several losses. This right here. Burdened man. Mature. And then choices. So this is talking about, and this is sitting back on Lily's. Okay, the fault selectors this way on this line of influence. Okay. Hold on. Where's Stars is on whip. Stars is on whip. Hold on, give me 1 second. I'm going to write this down. Okay. Six to 11. Eight, 22. 30. That's his chain around. That's his chain around. Okay. So he met, talked to, negotiated with, had meetings with the House. The new direction to fight the loss of the election, and waited out to delay or obstruct. Okay, so if I apply this as what's coming, what is coming? Let me see. Okay, so he talks to the House. Man talks to the House. So, okay, so he negotiates, talks to, meets, negotiates with the House, hoping, but the hope is choices. Give me 1 second. Let me think about this. No, Joanne, because the book is not here. So I'm following his house. I'm following the chain of houses for him. If I apply it one way, it's something that we already know, that's already transpired. So his meetings and negotiations with members of the House hoping to dispute the loss of the election were not satisfactory in the delay process here with Mountain. We already know that happened. That was part of the scheme and the plot. Since Stars has to do with maps, so how they map this all out to dispute the elections, and sort of delay. We already know that happened. So now I'm trying to apply it in a future tense. So in a predictive tense, because that's what the chain of houses, you can do that with. So it's like, And here's another thing too. He's got tree nearby in his tableau. Because this right here is illness as well. Hold on. Move this down. See where he is? He's got tree right here. He's got tree right there. And this is chronic illness. Chronic loss is chronic illness. And he's got tree close by. This is a hospital, something that metastasizes and spreads. That's chronic. But this here has this is like spreading and metastasizing. Something that spreads and metastasizes that causes a lot of suffering. So that would, if you're picking up what I'm putting down. Hey, Peggy. It's late for you, my dear. If this is something health related, this is intestines and colon, pain and suffering that spreads. Also bruising here, because this has to do with the skin. This is pain and suffering, bruising, colon. This sits on whip. It's chronic. This would be the immune system. Circulatory. I'm wondering if he's going to... Hold on, give me a second here, because now I just asked myself a whole bunch of questions. I'm only saying that because tree is close. This is very near. It's near. If this traditionally, if it lands close by, pay attention to your health. And it sits on house scythe, which is injections, surgeries, anything sharp, accidents. Oh, Peggy, I was, I don't know when you checked in, but I was telling everyone that we lost Moose on Easter Sunday, so he's no longer with us. So yeah. It's 1:30 over there. Dear God, it's 10 over here. I need to stop coming on so late, but I get distracted and my brain hurts. I know, Joanne. He was my little buddy. Peanut's doing okay, Peggy. It's kind of, you know how it goes. There's good days, and then there's days where it's just like, dude, this sucks. Well, mostly for me because I work from home. And I was just so used to being with him all day, you know, like he would sit with me at my desk, and he was like a little Velcro dog. So he was always there. So now, like, it's very quiet here, especially during the day when I'm working. It's just I'm all alone. So that's taking some adjustments. So yeah. Hold on, let me see. Let me look at this. Okay, so he will talk to the House about their plan to fight the loss. And then the election or choices that are made. So perhaps the upcoming election will not be satisfactory to them. He will not be satisfied because it's blocked here. And if I read these two, because right here, this is a map. And since he's got it here as well, okay, so it's almost like they already have the map, the plan. They know how to do it for next time, next go around. But since he handed everything over to the committee, that plan this way gets blocked and delayed. And here it shows blocked and delayed from his communications. If that makes sense. So over the next year, he will talk to the House about their plan to fight the loss, and the elections will not be satisfactory. Or, yeah, because it ends in mountain. So it's almost like even though they put in the groundwork and that was a test run, if there is a plan to do it again, it's almost like by him giving the paperwork, all the documents, they already know what to expect in the next one. Let me see. Because over here, let me see. May, okay, May, June, July, August, September. But if this is the elections, Mm-mm. Okay, so since we're April 29th, I'm going to read this as May because we're only, a day away from May because this is his present. So this is May, June, July, August, September, October, November. Okay, the elections show up over here. So if that is the strategy, the plan, the framework, the map from the test over here to get the results that they wanted, no. Because here it shows that the results do not satisfy here. the results, satisfaction. There's trust here that is, it's blocked. Because of the successful choices or what was revealed out of the investigation. And then here again in the corners, chronic lying, fraudulent results because of the plan here, the strategy, the map. And here, difficult, burdensome, and what do you call this? Like a sacrifice, okay? For success and getting the answers here, giving access to a friend. But that friend is in the paperwork, the results. So it's like the whole scheme. Also, this way, on top of his head, back to what I was saying, like he kind of gave himself a temporary out. To give all the documents and then, oh shit, I didn't mean to. He knew what he was doing. He sacrificed up here with cross. He sacrificed who he was meeting with in the house and delivered to cause chaos, to buy himself time. So it's like he threw all these motherfuckers under the bus to save his own ass. He still has legal problems coming up way over here. So he's not out of the woods. He is not out of the woods. And I'm wondering, because Garden is here, this would be like civil stuff. This would be like a civil case this way. Let me see. Garden is sitting on dog. Okay. What's your machine? Hold on. A civil case with the loyalist, the friends that were on mail. Hold on. This way, again, what he gave the law was solid, and it metastasizes, it spreads out about what he knew about the small people and the minorities, the minority of members of the house, and what was desired and who was working there. Desire for power and for their success. Okay. Smart, knowledgeable. Let me see. This could also be the rally. Nope. He's going to have to answer to the law. He is right under him. He sits on tower. He has to answer to the law. And I'm wondering when that happens, though. So, okay, so if I do this as May, this comes up in October. October. But then up here, if I look at this, it says July. So I guess one way to interpret it is that the start of the shitstorm for him, when it starts to move forward, can be around June here or July. And from there, it just moves forward. May, June, July. Okay, so this is May, June. This right here could also be in regards to some sort of a secret visitor. Or some sort of a secret delivery. Where's, okay, that sits on mountain. May, June, July. July, if this is July, that's bad. Bad. This is far. So he's not affected by that. Because that would be like a series of unfortunate events, like the dominoes. You know what I mean? But they don't night and they don't talk to each other. Well, this way they do. If I mirror. But there's news of his betrayal, though. This way. Okay, so. But moving this way, him obstructing that comes to an end and he has to move forward. I'm just trying to figure out when it happens, though. I'm wondering when that happens. I don't know. May, June, July, August, September. This is like October. Wait, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April. Okay, so it's like, if that referral comes, because it shows here that there's a referral coming for him, and he has to answer to the court. It's almost like it happens after the committee and then after the members and the participants that he met and spoke with. Everybody that was planning, if that makes any sense. So we're talking the Jim Jordans, the Marjorie Taylor Greens, Mo Brooks, everybody. Okay. Once that domino, if I'm interpreting this correctly, once that domino starts rolling, after that is when he has to answer to the court, if that makes any sense at all, what I'm trying to say. Yeah, all the jackasses. Mm-hmm. Will he be successful in court? No. No, I don't think so. Simply because here's court, here's him. Okay, he has to make an appearance this way with these mirrors. This could also, because this has to do with community. It sits on house dog. I'm wondering if this is grand jury. But again, it shows up down the road for him because I'm going this way and then wrapping it back around. Okay, so here's the court, here's him. He is committed and having to promise to make an appearance here before a large group of people. Moon sits on garden. Okay, grand jury. That's what I'm thinking. To answer to the law. Does he win? Okay, this would be the win here with Clover, and it's out of reach that way. So it's too far, he can't reach it. And then if I follow this line down and this line here, the result for him from his case is, ooh, that's bad. Do I, based on this, if I'm interpreting it correctly, this is not till way later, and it looks like eventually there's a grand jury. So if I read this as May, June, July, August, September, this says October. If I read this column as May, and I'm only saying that because today is April 29th, tomorrow is April 30th, and then we move into May. So technically we're a month away from the end of the one, not month. Oh God, what am I saying? 1 day away from the end of the month. So I'm kind of, and this is his present right here. So I'm just going to go ahead and read this as May. I could be wrong. So May, June, July, August, September. This would be October. So and he has to speak there. So it's almost like, what am I trying to say? It's almost like we see the televised January 6th committee hearings. Okay. The results of what they found, the hearings in the House. Okay. Birds in the House of House, televised here for all to see, celebrities, okay, in the committee, and the results this way on this line of influence. This is not directly impacting him. It's just happening sort of around him. It's influencing all the other stuff that's influencing. Okay, it's like once that happens, then the people that he threw under the bus, that he conversed with in the house, okay, that he delivered all that stuff on, so the Marjorie Taylor Greens, the Don Juniors, the Mo Brooks, the Mike Lees, everybody, okay, then that domino starts to go. There's two women, there's two women down here. One of them, well, they've both been cut from power. So I'm thinking MTG and Cheney, perhaps. And one of, well, they both played pivotal roles simply because of where they land in the tableau. And it's like once that starts to happen, the low-hanging fruit comes first. And if I'm following this correctly, it's like he doesn't get in the trouble with him for the law maybe doesn't start until October. So it's like once June, July hits, and then it's just a series of bad news until the shit hits the fan. Maybe, if I'm interpreting it correctly, around October. But there's or we will hear about a grand jury being impaneled this way. There's the court, there's the community, and friends. Okay. Garden sits on house, dog. So the court's among a community of peers, of friends, grand jury. And then him answering. This sits on mountain or on tower, him answering to the court before a grand jury. But that comes down the road. Either way, he betrays. He will betray this way, because that's the first card to open up the tableau. And from where he sits, where dog is, dog sits on letter. His friends, his buddies, from where he sits, get thrown under the bus. They get thrown under the bus to dunk. Does anybody know if he's writing a book or will be writing a book or has written a book? Because this could quite literally be talking about him authoring something as well right here. Does anybody know? I do not see prison in this tableau for the timeline that was set in this tableau. He wrote a book. Okay. So it could be a man that's an author as well. Oh, really, Peggy? Because there's a grand jury over here. And I don't know, but see, there's a grand jury here, but then the elections are way over here. Well, he's got phone calls and meetings above his head as well. So, but there's a grand jury where he has to go answer to the law. And it has to do, let me see. Hold on. What does that one have to do with this grand jury? What does this grand jury have to do? It has to do, well, if I'm boxing this in, an agreement for results. An agreement for results and changing results as well. Ring sits on Storks, which is a change or an improvement. So agreeing to change something, and then that agreement has to do with results. But see, Peggy, I don't know. It's hard for me to tell if this is the Georgia stuff. Because if he did that in Georgia, he was also involved with the fake electors, which is the same thing, agreeing with a team of people agreeing to change the results of something. So I'm torn as to which one this is, but there's a grand jury ahead for him. Was he also on those tapes, Peggy? Because we all know Lindsey Graham called a couple of states, but nobody recorded him trying to get the states to change the results of their election. So I'm just wondering if they have Meadows on tape or if it's just Trump, that idiot. You just find me 11,000. I mean, these people are idiots. Such morons. Such morons. Desire for power. I'm just curious. Curious. Let me see. So, and then also, like I was saying, there's something here that's health related. Institutions for health, and then something that's spreading. Traditionally, the closer tree is, it's talking about the need to have immediate medical attention for the querent. Okay. In this case, we're reading on Meadows. Well, this is very near. This is near. Okay. And I think we touched base on that. Something that spreads and metastasizes, bruising on the skin. So I'm just going to leave that there. I'm not going to. That day that he was the pressure for the U.S. attorney that resigned suddenly in Georgia because he wouldn't play. Okay. Well, I mean, there's grand juries, Peggy. I just don't know. I couldn't tell you for what. I just see grand juries. So, and because this is also the committee, so maybe it's a grand jury for Georgia, but also a grand jury that comes from the results of the committee. Because this would be committee, since it's a large body of people and it becomes public. This is results here. Also referrals, paperwork. So that's looking like that as well. So a referral from the committee, and then somewhere in the law gets involved, and there is a grand jury for people that were involved in agreement to change the results here. So not just Georgia, Peggy, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Not just Georgia. So anyways, without getting too much into health stuff, I'm not a doctor. It is for entertainment purposes only. I could be absolutely wrong. This would be something that spreads and metastasizes, bruising on the skin. Since this is touching it as well, this is colon and intestines. Make of that what you will. I'm going to leave it at that. But I'm wondering also, is there another committee? Does anybody know? That is involved in investigating the pandemic and how the government handled it? Does anybody know? DOJ has something. Is DOJ investigating how the previous administration handled COVID? The reason I'm asking is because this is an institution for health about something that's spreading. And then here's the public and the community. Okay. Up here, when I go to see what sits on house tree, it's Ryder. Ryder is sitting between birds, and it's sitting between clouds. Okay. Tree, nights here to birds, hearings about health, communications about health, meetings about health, and the news of something that is airborne with clouds. So clouds is gas, it's smoke, humidifiers, perfume, anything that's gaseous and airborne. This is in regards to the lungs that causes chronic infection and chronic illnesses here, because WHIP sits on coffin, chronic deaths, and then chronic illness here, and then with it sitting on coffin as well. So there may be something that comes up there as well that, again, he's going to have to answer to the courts or to the law. And then there's a grand jury there again. Because he sits on birds. Birds is right above him. So there's that over here on this portion of the tableau as well, but that doesn't come around till later, if that makes sense. Okay. So not only, like Peggy was so kind to say, the grand jury for Georgia, there's also the grand jury for, it looks like there will be a grand jury as a result of the findings from the committee. And there's also something else, perhaps with a grand jury around something that is health related that was metastasizing and affecting the community, airborne, pulmonary, chronic illness, and deaths. There's that as well. I do, in regards to that one, I do not see money here. The money shows up over here. What is it? I don't see PPP scammers or no. It's in regards to that portion, Judy. It's more like he has to answer to the government, but I don't see scammers in this portion. It's like he has to go in and answer about how the administration and the laws that were put in place to handle the pandemic, because that situation is over here. The money is way over here. It doesn't even talk. So it's like it's not money related. It looks more like what the law was doing. So there's that whole situation, and who gave authority and all that other stuff. So there's that whole situation happening over here too, but that happens later on down the road. Okay, so it's not immediate. It's further down. Jesus, I'm having such a hard time picking people out. And I don't want to give names to people because it's like there's just so many players involved, that it's just difficult. I mean, it's like this guy. So his first 3 cards here, we have snake, anchor, and cross. So his lying is going to cause him persistent suffering. That's lying, persistent suffering, betrayal, persistent suffering, troubles, and persistent suffering. That's just those 3 right there. Okay. And it's like, you look at this guy and you're like, you dumbass, you were in government for I don't even know how many years before that orange clown stepped in, and not only him, but everybody involved just thought that they could just do this and just get away with it. And it's not just what they did to try to overturn a free and fair election. It's also the entire smash and grab operation that was being run under Donald Trump. From COVID funds to money that he stole from every department across the government to go pay for a wall that was blown down by a little bit of wind in Mexico, and that money's missing. I mean, it was chronic corruption, and they just did it as if there would be no repercussions, so it's just the stupidity just amazes me. Just amazes me. Let me see here. Let me see. But see, down here with woman, she knights over to Crossroads. Crossroads is Queen of Diamonds. Crossroads is double or multiples, okay? So I don't even know, like, one could be Liz Cheney, one could be Marjorie Taylor Greene, one could be Sidney Powell, Ivanka Trump. I mean, who knows? There's just so many players involved. Let me see here. I just can't. Like, I don't see how Jared Kushner considers himself to be such a genius and brought his whole little task force of college buddies over to handle a pandemic that is an airborne pathogen and then decided, oh, it's only going to affect the blue states, forget about it. As in, he forgot the whole part about an airborne pathogen. Like, as if people don't get on airplanes, as if people in blue states don't go to red states and vice versa. You know, as if a trucker coming from a red state isn't going to go to a blue state, or a trucker from a blue state isn't going to deliver goods and services to somewhere else in a red state, as if they can contain an airborne pathogen and isolate it to blue states. I mean, and this guy is supposed to be an Ivy League. We know that's bullshit. His parents bought his degree because, you know, my 5-year-old nephew is smarter than that dumbass. But it's just like the arrogance of that guy to not even acknowledge what a critical error that was on his part. You know, it's like, and he thinks he did an amazing job. Meanwhile, there's almost 1 million people dead in this country alone. The guy is a fucking idiot. Let me see. So he is being dishonorable in regards to this. Let's see. Oh yeah, the pay for pardon, the weapons to the Saudis. Yep. It's just it was a nightmarish 4 years. Meanwhile, the Republicans just, you know, and then all the tapes that are coming out. All the tapes that are coming out. And then I can't believe I saw it on YouTube that that Kevin McCarthy held a meeting with, you know, members of the House, for the GOP members of the House, and they gave him a standing ovation. It's like, what? Like, what? Like, the fuck? They have you on tape all over the news everywhere talking shit about, you know, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Matt Gaetz, and all these other people that are running amok in your party, you know, where you're basically hoping that they get kicked off of Twitter, and talking all this smack about how Matt Gaetz, like, he's going to have a talk with Matt Gaetz because he's, you know, he's endangering people's lives with his rhetoric and all this other stuff. And they gave him a standing ovation. I can't believe it. Oh, yeah, I remember that too, Peggy. I remember that too. I remember that. It's just, that disaster that was handled by Jared Kushner, and that son of a bitch has the audacity to think he did. It's like taking your final exam and getting a freaking quadruple F, an FFF plus, and that son of a bitch walked out of there thinking he aced it. You know, it's kind of like Donald Trump bragging about his cognitive test as if he just took an IQ test. You know, it's the same thing. Absolute disaster, and he thinks he did the best job ever. Insanity. Insanity. You guys, give me a second. I'm going to go refill my water. I'll be right back. I'm going to go check on Peanut too. So are there any other questions on this grand tableau? You guys see if I can answer them. Did you guys hear about that woman? I think it was in Ohio. I'm not sure, but they were holding a hearing about banning abortions. And a Democrat asked her a hypothetical question about a 13-year-old being assaulted and that assault resulting in a pregnancy. And her response to that was atrocious, absolutely atrocious. I was like, this is one of those instances where I was like, please make me the devil. Please make me the devil, because I would personally grant her the opportunity. She was saying that even though being a victim of assault carries trauma and deep psychological injuries, that there's still an opportunity in that pregnancy. I was like, oh my God. At this point, it's like, at this point, the party is so radicalized that I'm waiting for them to just legalize sexual assault at this point, because it's so absurd and ridiculous. And I was so angry that I was like, I if I were Satan, I would personally grant her that opportunity from being the victim of sexual assault and being impregnated. Please. I would give that to you tenfold. How can someone possibly be so cruel, you know? And that question was a hypothetical on a minor, on a 13-year-old. You know, it's like disgusting. Disgusting. So, any other questions on this GT? Me too, Peggy. That's why I was like, please make me Satan right now. Please make me Satan right now, because I will give you that opportunity, signed, sealed, delivered, with a bow tie. With a bow tie. Just for you, dear lady. Just for you. Although she did look to be at the age that, you know, her reproductive stuff is probably not working, but still, being Satan, I would be able to reverse that effect and grant her the opportunity. I mean, it's absolutely vile. It's so incredibly vile. So if you guys got any questions on this grand tableau, let me know, because I'm about to close this one out. And I think I'm going to throw another one. If you guys are down for that. I'm doing another GT. I'm making the chart right now. You're down for another GT, Carmen? I'm just doing the little chart right here. We'll do monostat next. So any other questions on this one before I put this away? Okay, going once, going twice. Yes, trouble with the law for Meadows, but that doesn't come until later. And grand juries. But it's like the other dominoes have to fall first. The people that he betrayed, but he knew what he was doing. So the documents and stuff he gave to the house, it was to buy him time. It was calculated, if that makes any sense. So let me see here. One second. Let's make sure this. Oh, Hannity, yeah, they're all in trouble. Oof. Okay, let me write this down. 22, 14, 4, 24, 12, 15, 28, 3, 21, 23, 5, 10, 28, 6, and 29. 9, 36, 34, 17, 19, 30, 27, 31, 32, 26, 13, 16, 18, 7, 25, 11, 1, 2, 35, 33. Okay. This skank ass bitch. I can't with her. I cannot with her. I saw a video on YouTube. I guess Jim Acosta was asking her a couple of questions about her text messages to Mark Meadows. It was delightful. I mean, she stumbled all over her bullshit so many times. First of all, saying that she didn't even know if those were her text messages, and then saying that they were her text messages and that he's not telling the whole story and he's only given half the story and he's fake news and fake media. And then finally she snapped and just like got so unhinged that, you know, that he shouldn't be harassing her and all this other stuff. And it's like, I don't think you, when you were on the other end of the stick of harassing people, you had no problem harassing Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Ilhan Omar, Ayanna Pressley, Joe Biden, David Hogg, a minor at the time, that she chased down the street yelling and screaming at him about him being a crisis actor after he survived a mass shooting. I mean, the gall on that woman. She is just so vile and disgusting. I can't. That's one right there. I wouldn't mind if somebody Ronda Rousey'd her ass, like straight up. I can't. It's funny when you catch the bully and then the bully just, you know, all of a sudden becomes the victim. It's just insane. Her goddamn stupidity. Can't even spell martial law correctly. It's like Marshall, she spelled it Marshll, like she's going shopping at the, you know, Marshalls. And I find it just hilarious how she sits there and talks about the Bible and the Constitution as if she's ever read either one. And then that's another thing. She just did an interview the other day. I forget what bullshit news media or fake news media that the Republicans like to flock to these days, saying that the Catholic Church is ran by Satan and the churches are being run by Satan because, you know, that we're supposed to love these people and this, that, and the other thing and forget our borders. And it's just like, what the fuck? So I guess according to her now, you know, I guarantee you that bitch has never read scripture in her life. Considering she cheated on her husband and everything, but I'm sure adultery was, you know, not a cool thing in the Bible. but that the church is being run by Satan and Catholics are Satanist. And, what else did she do? Oh, and then Jamie Raskin ripped her a new ass the other day on the floor of the House. I guess they were debating giving more aid to the Ukraine. She took that opportunity to talk about illegal immigration. And, since the midterms are coming, we have to manufacture a bunch of immigrants coming over on caravans because, that's what happens every few years when elections are coming around. There's a migrant van, an immigration van full of people, full of migrants, and he ripped her a new asshole on the floor of the House. That was gold. So that woman is just such a fucking disgrace. It's despicable. It's despicable. I can't wait to see her out. And not just out of office, but held accountable with the law. And even then, she would be too prideful to learn her fucking lesson. She'd manufacture some bullshit in her head. How Jewish space lasers or some other bullshit is, responsible. It's like, it's ridiculous. $32. 26. 13. 16. 18. Oh. 18. And then Fox goes up there. Where the hell? Wait. This is supposed to be this one. Okay. 18. 7. 25. 11. Okay, so she's way over here. In this tableau, coffin sits in its own house. Anchor sits in its own house. Persistent loss and ruin. Okay, illness. She's got this over her head. Illness and also quite possibly, depression as well. She's got clouds between her and a man. Traditionally, this is supposed to be her partner, but he sits on House Fox. So this could be someone at work that she is going to have some serious turbulence with. There is a friend around her that appears to be a friend, but no. That friend is false. And there's something here in regards to that friend having a lot of problems in regards to sexual relationships, quite possibly with younger people this way. Anyways, to start off her tableau, she's got Crossroads, Fox, and House. Several investigations in the House. Okay. And the news, what's being delivered from those investigations in the House. Her corners, out of options, dead ends, and the loss of an election. Here's arguing and something chronic. And here's her career and her reputation and her honors. So I don't see her winning the next election. Also here, she's cut off from government. Also, House is far away from her. If this is in regards to her being in public office, that comes to an end and it's uncertain this way. her being kicked off the ballot, I do not see that, because this way it's showing that there's some hard sacrifices that she's going to have that are coming. However, what's more of a trip up for her is her participation with, I'm going to say, the Freedom Caucus, to take majority and overturn the government. But there's what do you call this? A judge here. Letter sits on House Mice. Okay. So taking away results, but for her to be on the ballot, she's successful on the ballot. However, she loses on the vote itself. Okay. So she'll be out of office. I don't see her winning the election, her re-election, because over here, this is the election. No, it's problematic. This way, corners, her election is a loss. This way. And then she's far away from it. She sits above sun, which means success, but it's challenged this way. She has, again, between her and this man, they both have lilies below them. So these people are, they're doing something that's dishonorable, with Tower being here, illegal, illegal, and also like a misdemeanor. And it has to do with some sort of a result or a test, mail, transcripts, licenses, that has to do with theft. Tower is knighting over to clouds. This is death here. And then down this row this way, you have garden, man, and tower. There could be down the road, perhaps a civil suit against her and other parties that were involved in the resurrection that resulted in deaths this way. Let's see here. She's gonna have problems with the law over here. She does not have a stable argument. What was solid is cut off here. Tree is sitting on birds. Solid communication is ruptured. And then this man here, that's fraudulent, that is suspicious. He's shady. He's conniving, but he's also smart. Okay, a weasel. All right, the overturning of the government, and then there's a judge here. Also quite possibly something to do with military, because this is an institution and this has to do with veterans. So also quite possibly not just the insurrection, but there's also something here in regards to military. So perhaps her communications here with martial law. This is a man. This is a man. So I'm wondering if she also ties in with Mike Flynn or anybody else that may have been veteran or active duty or within the Department of Defense. Okay. A very celebrated celebrity man, a star, is not loyal to her. That's a false friendship. That's not good. So I'm wondering if this is Gates or anybody else. I'm leaning towards Gates because that's the only person that hangs out with her. I mean, he was at her hearing in Georgia to get her off the ballot. So I would venture to say Matt Gates, but there's no certainty with that. There's also something here where she has delivered false results. And that brings up issues as well. But down this way, there's something solid in the courts for her, and she is in trouble. She's in trouble, big time trouble. And there's also a betrayal on her part as well. This right here, central to her tableau, she's got tree and scythe. So it's like there's a couple of ways to read that. Because tree has to do with health, there could be something related, health related, that has to do with vaccinations. here with Scythe. Okay, vaccination, surgeries, accidents. This is hospitals here. Okay, so perhaps, and this was a business venture as well for her. All right, but in one context, her growth, she's not solid. It's like trimming the hedges. She gets trimmed for overturning or attempting to overturn the government this way, central. And like I said previously, she loses the election. So bye, bitch, bye. And then she's here. Okay, so this is, we're going to say this is May, June, July, August, September, October, maybe, is when the law shows up for her. If I wrap it around this way and go back down this way, so maybe around October is where's writer? Perhaps around October is where she starts to have trouble with the law. There's a referral for her also that's successful. But in regards to her being kicked off the ballot, if this is the ballot, she's successful there. But I don't see her winning the election. Either way, she's out. Prison, I don't see it. Not for the timeline set in this tableau. I don't see it. I do not see it. She's in serious financial trouble too. She's got Bear on the House of Clouds, followed by Clouds here. And then, so if this is in regards to fundraising and donors, nope, 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 no, no, sir. So she's having trouble there. For if this is her campaign closes, financial campaign closure, loss here. And there's something very suspicious and problematic going that's around her campaign financing, or who's financing her campaign. Bear in the House of Clouds, financial problems, financial trouble, financial uncertainty. Her power is uncertain and very problematic. Garden in the House of Snake, trouble with the party, betrayals within the party, within her caucus, and then an ending and a closure and a loss here for her. Her power in the party ends here, okay? And also financial for her own personal campaign. She's done. There's a man here, man in the House of Fox, a man at work, or a very suspicious, conniving, crafty, manipulative motherfucker. And her and him are having issues this way. Again, Clouds in the House of Bear. So there's confusion and uncertainty around her power, and confusion and uncertainty around this crafty, manipulative man, and financing, and then her. Okay. Long-awaited results are successful, and you have the several electors, quite possibly Lily's in the House of Crossroads. Okay, so these could be very satisfactory choices that are coming from a judge, because Tower's right here. Letter in the House of Mice, missing and stolen results. Okay. Also mail that is missing, results that are missing, tests that are missing. And then Sun in the House of Heart, a desire to be successful and be triumphant. So it's like whatever's decided on in the courts, with that civil suit to keep her off the ballot for her participation in the in the insurrection. Well, this is the judge, but the judge has mailed the results, and the results are successful in her favor. Okay. So, and to my understanding, the judge just gives this to Raffensperger, I think is his name, and then he gets to decide. Okay. But it looks successful to her. So, you know, it's, yeah, she's on the ballot, but she loses the election, if that makes sense. Let's see here. Okay. Birds is knighting here. Tower is knighting here. Okay, so that's death. This is domestic grief. Again, not just in her marriage, but perhaps in her place of work with a man that's in power. Powerful man here, okay, that has wisdom is a liar and a betrayer. So I'm wondering if this is Kevin McCarthy, because he sits on House Fox, conniving, manipulative, and also work. And he's got Tower right here. He's a government official, public man in office that is a celebrity. Also, birds right here, phone calls and meetings and negotiations. Her and Kevin McCarthy are having issues, big issues, and he betrays her. So between him and her right here, this man is a liar and she's very abusive and aggressive, but between them, there's chronic lying, but there's also chronic betrayals. Because it looks like, just from this right here, it looks like she's working to undermine him, but he's smarter in how he undermines her, if that makes any sense at all. Simply because he's got this over his head, bear. He's got power. Because the bear is so overbearing, you look to where his paw sits. Well, his paw sits on him. So he's the one with the power. She's the one that has the loss here. If that makes any sense. They both share the lilies beneath their feet. They're both a bunch of scum and pieces of shits. But, and also the party itself is having serious problems. Serious problems. I don't give a shit how they try to present it in public. There's a shitstorm here. A shitstorm right here. And there's the phone call, him. What we're hearing on the news, the transcripts, the text messages, what he was talking to, the meeting that they were having over the phone, the results, and then the criticism of her. Okay. But we already know that. That's already in play. I'm wondering if Kevin McCarthy gets power. I don't see it here in this tableau. I don't see it. He's got power over his head. But then when I box him in, it doesn't look good. He's got clouds right here. He's got scythe right here. He's got snake right here, which is close. He knights here to star to the sun, but he knights up here too. But sun follows coffin, so it's almost like there's an ending and a loss, but then there's success. But I would nope. I don't think so. We can do another one on McCarthy later. Let's see here. Down here on her line of fate, she's got Rider, Clover, Anchor, and Sun. So there's news of a win for her that persists in giving her the answer, but it's significant suffering. This bitch is going to suffer. Suffer with loyalties and friends. So where else? Okay, so I can't really box her in. So depression, I wouldn't say illness, but that bitch is batshit crazy. depression, illness, loss, her, but then she puts on a bright, shiny face. However, she's got clouds right there. Even if she tries to sound all sure of herself and have very fiery arguments, incendiary, because this is heat and energy, and this is arguing, and it sits on house moon, very emotionally abusive. So fiery, temperamental, emotionally abusive. Even though she presents that way, she's got coffin right over her head. Illness and depression and loss, endings, sorrow, ruin. Okay. And then next to her here, because I can only box her in this way, her popularity comes to an end. Her popularity is very uncertain. There's a lot of betrayal within her party. People want her out. And then Garden Knights over here to coffin. There's it's almost like this man is strategizing on how to cut her out of the party, because he sits on House Fox. So someone at work that's very resourceful and strategic to cut her out. Which Kevin McCarthy, we all know, talks out of both sides of his mouth. He's a fucking piece of shit, but whatever. And then here, with letter, the results, the tests, mail, transcripts, documents. This could be her records. This sits on House Mice. So this could be talking about her stolen ballots, but it's also missing records as well. Because this is documents, this is tests, this mail and results. So whatever comes up for her comes up short. But there's also something here that may have had to go a request from a court, or not just like a subpoena for records from the court, but there's stuff missing there. It shows up, but eventually it shows up. She's tied to the courts with legal issues this way. Death and uncertainty here. Also, no wins with courts. This way, there's something solid in court that becomes extremely problematic for her. So no win there. But this is not in regards, let me reiterate this. This is not in regards to her court case for getting off the ballot. This is a different one. This is something else that she gets in trouble for with the law. And then she becomes isolated. Let me see here. Let me see here. Yeah, that's a good one, Impish Artist. No shit. Hold on here. Okay, the meeting about danger at the Capitol with friends, because she's loyal. Let me ask something. Hold on. Let me ask something. And she sits on house stars. Okay, let me see. So following her this way, it shows that she's having big trouble with this man who's going to cut her off from where she is rooted, rip her out root and stem for her craziness. And because she's an enemy and sent her packing. Bye, bitch. Bye. Which is weird because he knights here, he knights here, he knights here. So he is passionate about a change. There's to cut his losses here and be successful and have loyalty and union. But this motherfucker's two-faced as shit. He sits on snake. Bear. She knights to bear. She knights to lilies. Power, finance, a bully. And financial problems. She's working dishonorably, even though she's acting as a conservative. But she's committed. Committed to conservative power, but she's a bully and she loses it. Okay, so so the meeting about danger at the Capitol from the loyalist. There's the military. There's that text message about martial law because there's military here and there's law there. See, now I'm confused. Well, he's got power here. You know what? No, I'm thinking this is Mark Meadows. And the reason... Wait, where's Crossroads? Okay, I'm thinking Mark Meadows as well because this is the card of an executive. Okay, executive man here. And then bear, knights over here to tower, financial institution, but also someone that's executive in government. Okay, so high up there. And this person has betrayed this way. It's showing the text messages, conversations with this man that are written on paper, the results, the tests, everything that causes a problem, that pisses her off, that she's going to have to argue. And that's why there's trouble here. And then her loyalty is betrayed this way. This way it shows an executive. This way it shows someone in power within the party. And birds is a pair. 2. Okay. So, and then lilies is sitting on crossroads. 2. There's 2 people. So maybe one is the chief of staff and the other one is McCarthy. Because lilies is king of spades, sits on crossroads, which is the queen of diamonds. But this is a pair. Traditionally, it's an older married pair. But I tend to read it as a pair sometimes. And then crossroads is a pair or multiples. Okay, so there's 2 men here that she is. Okay, so let me see. I mean, God, this woman clowns herself every day and she thinks she's doing a good job. Can you guys give me a second? I'm going to go put something in the microwave real quick. It's like 12 o'clock and I haven't even eaten dinner. Just give me a second. Got my dinner. Okay. Let me see. What else is here? If anything, when it comes to the legal stuff, she may become a star in that trial. Because of mail, documents, evidence. With changing government and then military here. And stealing results. Taking away. Okay? She becomes a star in that when that comes up. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. She's got a lawyer too. Up here, when this comes up, when she has to go to trial for when this comes up here, there may be some sort of a referral for her to answer. Her lawyer tells her not to talk. Meeting is canceled. Talking is canceled. And then there's her lawyer. And it has to do around this. The insurrection, the danger at the Capitol, something here with the judge or military. Also veteran or active duty military. Tells her not to talk. Her lawyer is Matt Gaetz. Wow, she's scraping the bottom of the barrel, isn't she? Book is in its own house too. So in this one, she's got coffin in its own house, book in its own house, anchor in its own house. So losses and ruin. She achieves losses and ruin because of her knowledge of what she did, but also keeping secrets and not speaking, but it doesn't help her. It does not help her. Even with all the I don't recalls, which, like I said earlier, I don't see her getting kicked off the ballot. I see her losing her election. When that happens, she'll probably say election fraud where she's at in her home in Georgia. Which, it's the universal Republican strategy at this point. Every time an election is lost, just say it's fraud.
Let me see. Let me see. What house is this in? Okay. He sits on House Fox. Fox sits on Clover. This man wins. This man wins. Hold on. Let me follow that around. So Fox to Clover, job opportunity, work opportunity. Job opportunity and work opportunity. Also self-serving opportunist. That is independent or free. In the government or in office. Okay. Is blocked and delayed. Ruptured and cut out because of her small results. Loss. Losing a fight in her career. And her commitment to success is what she desires at home. Transfer or distant. Satisfaction. Happiness to change. Party. And then a betrayal from conservatives in the election. And that's what's still, yeah, she loses her election, according to this tableau, if I am interpreting it correctly. So, let's see. There's also something going on legally with her in regards to a judge ruling or making a decision. It's a wise decision in regards to her records. And if I follow it this way, it's phones. I don't know where that sits. Not sure where that sits, but it's like they got phone records and other sorts of records, mail. Now, does she go talk to the committee? I don't see it. I don't see her talking to a committee, if I'm interpreting this correctly.
because talking is over here. It's far from her. There's a committee. But it's followed here by coffin, followed here by clouds. I don't think so. I think she just gets a straight referral. What I think happens if I'm interpreting this correctly, Meadows, his transcripts implicate her. I don't see her getting a subpoena. I don't see her getting an invitation. It's almost like they don't even waste their time with her. It goes straight to referral to the law for her. Because she's low-hanging fruit and a pain in everybody's ass and nobody would miss her. Now, Mike Lee and everybody else is a different story. We'd have to do a GT on them too. But for her, it's a straight referral. No committee, just straight. This is what we found about her. Do your job. And then there's trouble with the law for her. Let's see. There's something here too about her financial records and the financial records of her campaign as well. I don't know what that means, but it's trouble. It's trouble. Financial records of financial institution and the financing of her campaign is trouble for her. Where's Garden? Garden, or Stork sits on Garden. Let me see. Here's Russia changing, and Russia airports here. Stuff that goes like this. Somewhere smaller. That's an ally. That's supposed to be an ally to us. So her support and loyalty to Russia here against our ally. There's our ally. There's Russia here. The change. Overthrowing someplace smaller. Oh, God, let's see. Let me see here. There's something here about desire in the house to grow and change maps this way. So I don't know of her home state, because house or heart sits on house and house sits right before it in house ship. I'm not sure. Can somebody please tell me if her district had, if she's been, if the map at home for her has been redistricted? Because they're changing the maps here to provide success and new direction. There's a desire at home that way, where she's from. Does anybody know that? Can you confirm?
Thank you, Impish. Because there's a desire at home, somewhere domestic, to grow changing maps, to bring success and find new directions. But that's like way ahead of her. Let me see, how does she go? She goes 29 to 16 to 28 to 14 to 2, 34, 19, 21, 10, 13, 27, 23, 11, 32, 25, 31, 24, 4, 3, 9, 17, 20, 7, 30, 22, 1, 33, 36, 18, 29. Damn, that's a long chain. Let me see. Well, here's the court here. And here's changes to the map right this way. So her chain of houses, let me move this out of the way. They redistricted a portion of the Black community into her district. Oh, I'm sure her head exploded over that because, Jesus said be a racist, according to her. Because if you're not, then, well, I guess you're being led by Satan himself. Which I must say, do not bring me into this conversation. Let me see. Let me bring out her chain. $14 to $34. 1921. 1921. 19. 21. 10. 10. Wait, where's 10? 33. 10. 10, 13, 27, 23, 11, 32, 25, 31, 24, 4, 4, 3, 9, 1720, 1720, 730, 22, 133, 36, and 18. Okay, this is her chain. Woman, stars, man, fox, clover, fish, tower, mountain, scythe, child, letter, mice, whip, moon, ring, sun, heart, house, ship, okay, storks, garden, snake, lilies, crossroads, rider, key, cross, and dog. That's her chain. Okay, so a man and woman, her and another man are very hopeful and self-serving independence in government. There is obstruction and a sudden rupture when a decision is made that their innocence, the results of their innocence is lacking. There will be arguments and heated debates in regards to what they were emotionally committed to for success that they were desiring in the house that leads to their transfer or journey. Bye-bye. For something that took place or something that will take place. I'm wondering if she's going to get Trump to campaign for her. Has Trump campaigned for her, or do you guys know if he will be campaigning? Because this is her and her and a celebrity man that is a fraud and a manipulator, self-serving entrepreneur in government, but he's been cut out of government. Okay. For blocking and delaying something. He's been blocked and delayed out of government. Okay. I can't answer that on this Grand Tableau T ride. This is not about that. Here's impeachment, but he was found innocent. But still, even if he does hit the campaign trail with her, the results still come back short. Small results and then short here. Stolen, taken, missing away, or missing or taken away. So I'm wondering if this is all. I'm wondering if Trump is going to hit the campaign trail with her or endorse her. Because it's her and a celebrity man that's a manipulator and a fraud. Because here it shows having a very passionate, heated argument and travel with a large audience to talk about changing the party. But it's lies and betrayals. Let me see, the satisfactory and mature election news answers that they're suffering loyalty. She doesn't win. Even if Trump were to campaign with her or endorse her, it still doesn't help her. Because even if I follow this line, she gets cut off here. And she's in a world of legal shit. So she's hopeful. This man, that is a fraud, win independence or the Freedom Caucus if you want. And then government here, she's hoping to win the majority in government. Well, it's delayed and cut off here. Minority, the results are small. So in this chain, losing her election, whoever this celebrity man is, if it's Trump, because here it shows campaigning, traveling for campaigning to her home state, that doesn't help. Even if he endorses her when she travels to campaign, that doesn't help. Because the money here, the donations here are from institutions and corporations are delayed and cut off. So perhaps she's lost corporate donors as well, or will be losing corporate donors, because this is shopping, transactions, independence, entrepreneurship, money in your pocket. There's the institution and corporations blocked and then cut off. So there's that. And in the tableau, it was showing her campaign finance. There's trouble around her campaign financing. Not just getting money from the public, but there's something there with the financial records and financial institutions that's bad on her part. So watch that space. There's also something here with her and another man that may be some sort of celebrity. These two may be having some sort of a court issue here that they're delaying, but it's like that whole delay is cut off. So this could also apply to perhaps like a Mark Meadows or a what's his name? And then this is Fox too, so it could be a man at work. Okay. So Mark Meadows, McCarthy, what's the other homeboy's name? Gates. Also, because with Fox right there, we could also be looking at someone that she works with. Okay. And it's like, it's like what she does here in court, she loses all those battles, all the court battles that are coming for her. There's some delays though. It doesn't happen right away. Okay, hold on. May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. I'm wondering if this is like around the fall when her own personal, because it's like, because it's showing a delay in the courts, but then that delay just ruptures and it's not good for her. It makes her very nervous, very, very nervous. Chronic stress and anxiety, nervous breakdown. Mm-mm-mm. It's like it's like she's referred. It's like they have the evidence, the paperwork, because she was sacrificed here and betrayed. And it's like, I don't even in this line, I don't see her talking to the committee. It's like a straight referral almost. Once it's done and over with, it's like, and she has to answer to it. The I don't recall doesn't fly because there's evidence that links here. I hope that makes sense. But it's like once the committee has the results, it links her, and then the referral goes out. Which, you know, she's a hostile witness. She doesn't answer anything, you know, and can you imagine if they called her in to speak with Congress, especially with her colleagues at work, which she doesn't have any respect for. You know? I mean, she has no decorum, no ethic, no nothing, and it's like, it's like they don't even want to bother, so they just refer her based on records and evidence, and then the records and evidence show guilt here and here. So important documents, important results, important evidence of guilt. But it's not just her. There's Jesus Christ, I don't even know how many. This sits on tree. That sits on tree. So this is 12. So this is a man here. This is someone younger. This is a woman. That's a woman. This is a woman. That's a woman. Man. Younger person. So when she gets to about here, and then here, it shows that she loses her job in the house. Job is lost or taken away. And then they change here to someone that's trustworthy. Job loss. Also here, unemployment. Job is delayed, suffering, pain. Here. May, June, July, August, September, October. Yep, this is November. So May, June, July, August, September, October, November, job loss. And then here again, job loss. And then there's a change to someone more trustworthy. Which she will argue that the results of the election are fraudulent and votes were stolen, blah, blah, blah. Either way, when it comes up to an argument in the courts, she loses. She's unable to provide evidence because here, the results here, the evidence of the results, not true, false, lies, document lies. So anticipate that, which, you know, it's like I said, it's like I said, since Trump, it's become the Republican MO. Anytime you lose an election, just call voter fraud, you know, and then stick the bill to the taxpayers for 8 million recounts, you know, from cyber ninjas and everybody else. The evangelicals probably love her, Wendy. They probably love her. Because, you know, evangelicals only our brand of hatred. So she fits that bill quite fondly. Let me see here. So here, the problems and obstacles and delay eating at her growth. And the more that these conversations and meetings come out, the more that the problems grow and grow and grow and grow. Phone calls, text messages here with this man, conversations with this man and the results. And like I said, there's 2 of these at work that she worked with or works with. Both of them are in positions of power with Bear over the head. So McCarthy, what's the other guy's name? McCarthy, and I just did the son of a bitch. Meadows. But the more that is delivered, the more the problems grow and the anxiety grows. And then there's something here also where there's chronic anxiety. Mice sits on whip. Chronic anxiety about the courts and the law. Chronic thievery and corruption as well. House stealing here. Stealing from the house. Also, members of the house that work in teams to steal something, they are independent and in the minority. Okay, so the Freedom Caucus this way. So those people, once it hits this point over here, those people start shitting their pants. I don't even know who's all in the no, it's the House, not the Senate, the House, because the House is right here. So besides Jim Jordan, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Matt Gaetz, Lauren Boebert, Paul Gosar. I don't know who else is part of the Freedom Caucus, but it's the House here, people that were working together as a team, they start sweating it. Chronic corruption, chronic anxiety here. Freedom and independence in government here, but they're small. Their independence is small, so Freedom Caucus in the House starts shitting their pants, but that's over here. Okay, so it needs to move this way. And then so this would be October, and then this is like November, because here it shows her losing her job and losing the election. Here, again, with the stolen election is fraudulent, stolen election, but anticipate her disputing those claims. But either way, it's a loss in court for her because she's unable to provide the evidence. Let me see. There's also something here that may bring her worry and anxiety to herself and her family, okay? With something that has to do with perhaps a family business this way. Now we're getting into her personal stuff. Something here in regards to family business that is health related. Some conversations that may have been had in regards to something that is health related that brought about a business opportunity for them, perhaps to do with stocks, because this would be stocks,
And this is stocks. Okay. Around something health related, perhaps around a vaccine here. However, that legal issue shows up around this time frame because where's book? Because she had knowledge and access to information in regards to this. If it's health related, this is surgeries, vaccinations, incisions, stitches, anything that is sharp and cutting. So there's something here around her family business. This is stocks and this is stocks, but here's family business, health related around vaccines or something like that, that bring her legal issues this way. Brings her legal issues over here. But the problem arises because she had knowledge. She had knowledge. And then here's death. And then this way, there's also right here, grand jury for this man and the star. Public, man, law, and then a star. So it's like she's, because he knights here and she knights here, she's linked to this person. And this can also be a man. This is the king of clubs. This is the king of spades. They're linked. And then there's a grand jury. And this person becomes a star and betrays her loyalty. So whoever this is, maybe Meadows or some other person, that was a co-conspirator in the entire scheme of things, but they're linked here and here, and then the grand jury this way. But that shows up, the law shows up over here. So 3 columns ahead. And this would be the column for, the law shows up in the column for August. So perhaps that's when the proceedings begin or when it's referred, okay, through the link to this man via paperwork, documents, files, okay? And then the referral is successful this way. There's also something in regards to, not that she gives 2 shits, but there's fines over here. I mean, she doesn't care. She brags about having paid what, over $100,000 in fines already for not wearing a mask, you know, in the house. She doesn't give a shit. She's got, you know, people are starving, but hey, let me be defiant. I have $100,000 to, you know. Let me see. Tree sits on birds. Let me see. So yeah, let me just wrap this up. Out of choices, out of options, dead ends. And then emotionally abusive and very passionate arguments on her part. Her growth is cut off and hindered. in regards to the insurrection, but also growing and mounting charges legally. Growing and then mounting on top of charges and danger legally. Okay, but she can't get out of this one. It doesn't appear to be quick and sudden. With these two here, not only the Department of Justice, not only the Department of Defense and military and all other branches, as well as active duty and veteran status military members, but also something in the law, in the courts, that requires patience. Okay, so don't expect her to be arrested next week or 2 months or 3 months. This is stuff that takes time. And as those referrals start to come, because it looks like they're on their way right here. Okay, they're on their way. It's like, if this is the committee here, if this is May, here's June. Okay, so the public hearings bring a lot of problems for her from the documents and everything. So that's why I was saying earlier, it's like she doesn't even speak to the committee. She doesn't get subpoenaed to speak to the committee. She just gets straight referred because there's enough evidence here. Evidence, and then key nights over to letter, important documents, important mail, important results, important evidence that answers for guilt. Okay, so it's like May and then June when we start seeing the public hearings. July is when this happens with this person, a person in a position of power and authority that is acting very shady. They're smart, conniving, manipulative, but it's also somebody at work that is acting dishonorably. They're a liar and a betrayer. It betrays her trust and it betrays the partnership that they have. Their link is very inauspicious. Okay, financial trouble for her within her campaign as well as personally. But it's just, it's almost like once the committee hearings are over, the referral goes this way. But it's like she loses her election first before she sees legal problems, if that makes any sense. Because here's May, June, July, August. Okay, so by August, all her stuff appears to be in the courts or DOJ or wherever. Okay, so May, June, July, August, we're seeing law. September, October, and then November, she loses her job from the results of her election. Here's December. Okay. So around, if I'm interpreting this correctly, it looks like maybe once the ball starts rolling, the real shit hits the fan for her legally, with all the documentations and everything that she's linked to that they have evidence for as a result of the committee and what Mark Meadows provided and all that stuff to build a solid case against her where she faces legal problems. When she's embroiled in that, it looks to be around March of next year, if I'm interpreting this correctly. Okay, so that's all I got. That is all I got. Sorry that was long. I've been on for 4 hours and it's 1:11 in the morning. I always take a picture of my when I get the time on there. I have my phone blown up with that. Okay, so I'm going to let you all go. And then finally, her line of fate is news or feedback about a persistent opportunity to answer something under oath. And it's not just the court case for the to see if she's on the ballot, because like I said, it looks like she appears on the ballot. But news of an opportunity to achieve answers or persistently answer. But this sits on house key. Those answers come with a lot of pain and sacrifice and heavy, heavy burden. Okay. So, yep. All right, you guys. Well, thank you so much for hanging out. I know it's late for a lot of you. It's 1:13 in the morning here now. We'll see who else I can think of. We knocked out 2 tonight. I still have, who did we do? Meadows. Still have that one. Maybe we'll take a look at Kevin McCarthy too. I'll try to come on tomorrow night, and we'll maybe do McCarthy because that was on the poll as well. I don't remember when I did the grand tableau for him because I did one for him and Cheney sometime last year, and it showed him at the very, very bottom with Cheney way over his head. Oh, and so he was overwhelmed. But then in Cheney's, she was below McCarthy. So I'll have to dig him out of my notes, but I don't mind doing it again. I think we might be due. So thank you guys so much for hanging out. I'm not touching Elon Musk. He's a piece of shit. So thank you all for hanging out, and I hope to see you all again tomorrow. Bye.